Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for business.
Bravery is not the absence
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing, these businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea. Artists.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network, showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This morning's speaker is Alan Thornton. He's a dynamic sales leader with 14 years in SaaS. Alan Thornton specializes in startups and Fortune 500 acquisitions. With over 62 million in enterprise software sales and fundraising, he is an expert in CRM and analytics, ERP, and fintech, driving at 15 million run rate within 9 to 36 months. He founded the 40 Acre Conference, the world's largest financial literacy event, held on MLK and Juneteenth. The conference has hosted over 20,000 attendees across 200 countries, sponsored 3,000 kids, and created the MLK Legacy Builder Awards and Juneteenth Hall of Fame. Passionate about community impact, his focus is on cash flow, culture, and empowering the next generation. I present to you Alan Thornton. Good morning, Alan. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself? Thank you for that eloquent introduction.
Absolutely. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How's everybody doing this morning? If you're doing good, type in the chat. I feel good. I know we got some James Brown fans out there. I just spent some time with my mother. That was her favorite artist. So that song is still looming in my head. So thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Dr. Kelly and the Black Business Network for having me on again. And I'm excited to share a few thoughts and ideas that we have coming forward. And we're in the midst of a revolution. So if those of you that don't know, the revolution will not be televised. It's here. And for some of you, you know it. Others of you don't. But my goal in our brief time spent together today is to help you recognize some of those things today. So I'm going to highlight just a little bit about my background, let you know some of the things that have kind of transformed over the last 10 to 15 years, basically my career in enterprise software, and then really talk about the future that if you do not embrace, you will be unfortunately doomed. And I say this to not be disingenuous, but to really position those who want a greater outlook of the future. So for those of you that do not know me, my name is Alan Thornton. I go by in some circles by Mr. 40 Acre, by Coach 40. You decide where you're at, and I kind of got that nickname from the conference that we had created out of necessity and knowing kind of what was coming. I've gotten the reputation as being a futurist, and some of those things have come to fruition. So I guess that holds true. So let's talk about my background, and my background is important because just like a lot of you and some of you may have come from excellent backgrounds where you had a bunch of things handed to you, and you had everything that you needed set up. That definitely wasn't me. You may hear a little twang in my voice. So my mother is from New York. My biological father is from New Orleans. So what I tell people is I kind of got the best of both hustles. And I grew up in a border town, El Paso, Texas. There's a big base there, Fort Bliss. That's how my family landed there in El Paso and in Fort Bliss. And it was an excellent time. And you see a lot on a border town, right? Everything that you see in the movies is absolutely true. So a lot of times you can hit that fork in the road a lot earlier than if you were in other places. Let's just kind of put it that way. So when I was a kid, and this is very important because there's going to be kids that learn some things with technology that are going to be able to be propelled a lot faster in this day and age, regardless of their situation. So we're really talking about AI, right? AI is kind of levels the playing field, and there's so many people. So when I was a little kid, I was and this is crazy, in second, third grade, I was told, look, Alan, you're probably going to be dead or in jail by the time you're 18. Right. And kind of looking at that, because it was the environment that we were in. When I turned 18 and looked around, a lot of my friends were dead or in jail. But speaking that prophecy to a little kid is crazy to me. But so many times that happened. Not to say there's a lot of great educators out there, but there's a lot of, and I'm only talking to one or two people out there that kind of really need to hear this, because I was in that boat at one time. Don't let the suit fool you and the pocket square and the nice house at this point, because that was not my prophecy when I was a kid. And a lot of times we are fed so many things that we kind of follow the path that's given to us instead of blazing our own trail. So why we started the 40 Acre Conference, and I'll kind of get into this, and I'm excited because we're having our tech competition, our AI launch in MLK weekend. We've been doing it for 6 conferences, and I want to eternally grateful for Dr. Kelly and all of his effort for making sure no matter what obstacle we hit, we continue to keep going. But I want to thank everybody that has been a part of that. And AI is big. So 2 things, and I know I'm jumping back and forth, kind of like a Lovecraft Country, if you've seen that show, because I feel like I'm living that in real life, because I see where I was when I was a kid. If I would have had some of the tools here, some of these kids are very good hustlers, but they don't understand strategy and execution. So if we can bridge that gap with kids in society that are considered, throwaways, Those that are, I was about to go to alternative school. From the alternative school was, the school to prison pipeline. But if you can teach some of those kids that know how to do things and know how to hustle, some strategy with just AI, you can take them to a whole nother level. So part of the reason we started the 40 Acre Conference was really 3 reasons. One was to showcase African-American entrepreneurs that are doing great things and award them, because there's not many awards in entrepreneurships. 2, we wanted to give the next generation a better outlook to be what they see, right? So if there's somebody else that looks like them, that's getting an incredible an award that looks like something that they want and they did it legitimately, that's huge. And then the third thing is to really network those people to get to the next level, because it's just like the military, right? It's just like when you see different things in sport, there's milestones, there's records. We are meant to live life and live it more abundantly. And when there's that next blue ribbon that we can see and achieve, we're going to work harder. We're going to strive faster to go get that. And when we do that, right, we create an atmosphere of success. So going back and talking about AI. So I told you I'd tell you a little bit about my background, give you a little outreach into the future. But AI is one of those things that a lot of people are kind of scared of right now. The reason is they don't know what's going to happen, right? They don't know what is going to transpire with AI. Is AI going to take our job? Is it like when you need to get out of the scarcity mindset and more of the abundance mindset, because here's what's going to happen. AI is not going to take your job. The person that knows how to program AI is going to take whole departments. So instead of you worrying about AI taking your job, get on the forefront and be that person that knows how to program AI and use it as a competitive advantage. Education is everything, because once you know how to do that, you can really transform the way that things happen. And you can, whether you're a business owner, because a lot of you business owners, and I'll give you kind of the last 15 years, which I promised. And I'll give you a bonus, and we'll go back 100 years. If you look at the turn of the century, you look at the Industrial Revolution, right? Everything was done like piecemealed, onesie twosies, and then the assembly line came. Right, you see things being able to be shipped faster, and everything with trains all across. The assembly line was able to streamline the way things were built to do it faster. And you saw about a 50-year period where things really, 50 to 70 years, where things really got more efficient and people got out of being, right now, they got out of farmers and got into process. Now we drink milk, right? We're not spending all of our time on the farm and tilling and working the land, and all that is done through processes, and we get the finished product, right? If you look at the way that the Industrial Revolution did that, that's where we are with AI even faster. The middle gap in between that, if you look at the middle gap, so if that took 50 to 70 years, the middle gap took about 20 years. You look at the digital revolution, and you saw a lot of companies that did things a specific way. When I was a kid, right, I used to go down the store with my mom on a Friday night. We used to go down to Blockbuster, rent a movie, right, and rent 2 movies and put a little alarm clock, and sometimes we miss it because you get hit with that late fee, right? But we love to do it, go down there, get some snacks, and it was great. And then Netflix came along, and Blockbuster actually had the opportunity to buy Netflix. They said, nah, this is the way it's been done. It's the way it's always been done. People are always going to come down to the video store. And Netflix said, you know what? Speed to implementation. I'm going to give you the finished product. What you want is you want this movie in your house right away. What you really want is to watch the movie. You don't want to go to the store, do all that. And they started shipping to people first, and they started streaming right away and basically put Blockbuster out of business. You look at another use case like BlackBerry. when I was during this time when BlackBerry was at its height, imagine this, owning 93% market share of the Fortune 500 market, right? Untouchable until something new and innovative comes. And this is just the digital revolution, which kind of took things in 20 years. BlackBerry didn't decide to innovate. They kept things on app. They kept things on the brick. They didn't want to do things with apps. They said, look, this is how it's always going to be done. And Apple basically ate their lunch. Now, who has the market share in that corporate market? Over like a 10-year period, they had 93% market share. And they were able to kind of not just eat their lunch. And there's so many use cases and studies of the digital revolution. And what we know is history tends to repeat itself. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that this is going to happen again with AI. But now this is happening in this new AI age. So if the Industrial Revolution really took about 50 years to kind of change things, the digital revolution took about 20 years. AI is going to do this in the next like 3 to 5 to 7 years, right? Even faster. Things get better, they get faster, they get more efficient. So a lot of the world that you live in today is going to change. So the way even Uber kind of changed the way and put a lot of taxis out of business. Uber's big play was it's not even what they have right now, which was the app. It was really for autonomous vehicles to get the platform and own that market so that they could have Ubers everywhere without drivers, right? And then they really own the market. They got the platform. It's a long game, right? You're going to see a lot of, and I'm in this space right now. I've been in sales for years, enterprise software, right? You see the way things are doing with AI content, AI calls. You're starting to see AI commercials, starting to see AI, and it's getting better and better. It sounds like a regular person. The qualifying where, millions of people get on the phones for customer service, to follow up with customers, or to qualify them for deals. In the next 3 to 5 years, all of that is going to be done with AI. And if you don't know how to program it, how to do the prompts, because right now I can replace 40, right? If you look at somebody 40 hours a week, and this is why it's so important going back, and I'm putting these hubs and spokes and stubs in. So if you look at a young kid that is told that they're not going to go anywhere, they really have, and they're hungry, they can go in and understand how to be a closer, which they already are because they're selling product on the street sometimes, right? Or they really have ambition and they're doing things. I'm talking outside of sports and entertainment, which are great fields, but these kids that really are hustlers and know and understand strategy, specifically AI strategy, will blow out any NBA contract, any NFL contract, because they can have a global business overnight, right, with AI. And if they can do something really good and even content-wise and really sell that and then sell it in different languages, sell it in that they don't even speak, sell it to different industries, and to have a global sales force with AI callers, calling and qualifying, and sometimes if it's a low ticket offer, even closing deals from the comfort of their own home, and all they really need is a laptop. They don't need a big facility. They don't need, right, teaching that is revolutionary. So to give you a little bit more meat on that, let's just talk about AI calling, right? Just following up with people. Many of you, like Dr. Kelly's doing this phenomenal network. Many of you are at events, do live conferences. You have real estate, like my mother, she's in real estate, right? I grew up going on realtor tours and everything. And the biggest thing people fall short on in business is follow up. So if you have that, if you can have an AI follow-up system all the way through. So imagine this: you go to a networking event, you go to someplace. When you connect with somebody, what do? You get the card, say, hey, great, nice to meet you. Let me put your contact in there, and you usually probably lose it, or you call them a few days later. What if you can put that into a system and automatically, when you leave there, almost like a highly paid assistant, have somebody send them an email, send them a text, give them a call and say, hey, I know you met Dr. Kelly at this event. Just wanted to follow up with you and see when we can book you for your next slot. Or I just wanted to follow up with you and see if you'd be interested in being a part of whatever it is, supporting our organization, be a part and schedule a demo to go over our next big solution. That I believe your conversation would be really applicable for you. And then with ChatGPT, you don't have to spend all that time training it. You can literally do it with the prompts to tell them, hey, if this comes up, and it could have a 30-minute conversation with them. And you can even do it in your voice. You can even do it in a different language. So as we learn how to really use this type of technology, hundreds of millions of jobs will be replaced and repurposed. So don't get scared that your job's going to be replaced. Get encouraged. This obstacle is a huge opportunity because there's going to be a lot of new industries created. There's going to be a new product created, because right away you can have a global business overnight with what AI is doing, and you can do it a lot more efficiently with a lot less people, and get to the people that you want 1,000 times faster. So these are all things that we're working on. I hope to see many of you in Houston, Texas for our 7th. And y'all know, come on, y'all, 7 is the number of completion. This is going to be the biggest, the best conference that we've ever had in Houston, Texas. We're going to have an immersive real estate studio. It's going to look absolutely phenomenal. We're going to get Dr. Kelly down there. He's like, I'm not coming. We're going to get Dr. Kelly down here. I'll say it again. We got something special for him and anybody else. So you can, if you're interested in that, you can type in text 40acre.mlk to 21,000, and we'll get you some information. 40acre.mlk to 21,000, and we'll get you that information. So I'm glad we had an opportunity to speak. Just to kind of recap, told you a little bit about my background, gave you some history on AI and some things to come to the future. So just to expand on that a little bit, a few things that are coming in the future. We really talked about AI follow-up, AI calling. One of the industries we're working on right now is just education. So if you guys follow me on LinkedIn, you can see we have one of the largest networks of AI network with over 5 million followers on LinkedIn, to really showcase how people can leverage AI. And I just got part of that, to where it's going to really show people and educate people online globally how to do that. But my real focus, and I remember having a conversation with Dr. Kelly, he's like, hey, whatever it is, whether you want to build a business empire, whether you want to build a political career, whether you want to do anything and transform this world, you should not be focusing on the current generation. Anything that you have to empower this next generation, because those are the people that have the energy, you look at the older generation, and those people have the intellect, they have the wisdom, they have the knowledge, they have the wisdom, they have the understanding, but they just may not want to be boots on the ground, right? So you need kind of both sides. I was at a conference this last week, and this gentleman, he was a Nigerian billionaire, Mr. Cosmos, Dr. Cosmos, and he talked about the difference between old people and older people, right? And if you look at this and lean in on this, older people, if you look at what they do, older people travel from the present and they go back to the past, right? They'll say, oh, well, you know, back in my day, we had this. I walked, you know, in the snow for 17 miles just to go to school. Y'all are soft, right? We all have talked to old people, right? Now, he said what you really want, and they'll tell you all the things that used to happen, how, you know, back in their day, they travel from the present back to the past. Those are old people. He said what you need to get around is older people. Older people travel from the present to the future, back to the present, to show you what's going to happen, using that knowledge, that wisdom, that understanding of what has happened in the past to really give you an outlook of what's going to happen in the future. One of my mentors, Dr. Michael Roberts, very profound individual. He's actually one of the few African-American billionaires. And him and Dr. Kelly share some of these same sentiments. And he talked about the same thing, how history kind of repeats itself. But he says, look, I saw this. He talks about this immersive space and some of the things that we're doing with technology and in the beginning of the internet, and says, look, in the next 30 years, you're going to see, and that's where I get some of this outlook. You're going to see these self-driving cars. You're going to see flying cars. You're going to see all these things that we used to see on movies are here, and AI is going to transform that a lot faster. The attendants and the robots that'll be able to be a personal assistant and do whatever, like voice is the first frontier. You're going to have AI that's able to do everything that you thought it could. And they, like Dr. Roberts, he talked about that and travels back in the future and says, hey, here's how you position yourself. Learn how to program. Don't be a casualty, right? What you want to do is learn how to position yourself to program all of these things right now. Same thing happened with when computers came. A lot of people are like, okay, well, I used to do this manually. Now computers are taking my job. No, there's people that really learned how to program the computers and rose up even higher. That same thing has happened with AI. So if we do that, really understand how to use AI as a competitive advantage, teach our kids how to use it, and we're going to find a lot of the kids that were considered throwaways, and we're going to see them raised to prominence a lot faster, and decrease that school to prison pipeline and increase the school to prosperity pipeline here very shortly. So I appreciate everybody's willingness to share some thoughts and ideas with me. Thank you, the Black Business Network, Dr. Kelly, for allowing me to be here. And that's my time. I hope it was well spent for me. I hope I was able to share some thoughts and ideas that resonate and give you a better outlook on the future.
Thank you, Alan. That was really profound, actually. I'm really intrigued. So I heard you say that the kids that we are considering throwaways could actually. So what is it that you've noticed in the children that you've been working with?
Yeah, so I remember at one time I I was in between high schools, and I was never a bad kid, just energetic. I had a lot of energy, and people didn't know what to do with me, right? Because I was from a different area. So I had really good grades, but they're like, "Oh, we don't know what to do with you. We're checking your bag for drugs but you're not a bad kid. You're not selling drugs. You don't get in a bunch of fights, but you are like you're disruptive, but you don't. I don't know what to do with you, right? So they put me in alternative school,
Hmm.
right? And it's like, okay, well, okay, you're gonna put a kid there, and that's where I really learned how to sell. I had a couple. I met this young man, and his dad. He was there because he was selling drugs, but I learned how to sell other products through private channels, and it made the value of it increase. I used to sell watches and chains kind of underground, like you had to know somebody to get to me, and they would pay more for it, but it was legit.
Hmm.
Right. So you start to learn different skills depending on what life gives you. And there's going to be kids like that, like me, that was considered a throwaway, that really understand the game and take that. Okay, you're going to put me in a box. Bet I'm going to program this box and I'm going to make it fly. So with AI, that is that opportunity. Once some of these very ambitious kids that want to go to the next level in life really understand, and our goal is to be on the forefront of that and teach them that. That's why we go to the opportunity centers. That's why we go to these underserved neighborhoods and kind of teach some of these things with AI, because once they understand that, they'll be able, like, man, y'all are on the corner. I'm selling things in Africa and Australia. Like, y'all need to expand your mind to get off this corner and to be worldwide. And all it takes is a few to do that in each community, and you're going to see a massive transformation.
I love that. I'm also hearing that there's a lot of vocations that are going out. Like people are not being taught vocations anymore, but the number one vocation that needs to be taught is global communication and manipulating AI. And it looks like kids with street smarts are the ones that are going to be the best to do that.
They're the best.
So, yeah.
I love to work with kids where I'm the best or only option. Right?
Hmm.
Because you get a kid that has all that, they're not going to listen to you because they're like, I can do this and this. You need to find those kids that need a shot, or just got out of
Yeah.
it, or just got, because then they're like, man, I got to do this because my other this is not going, I'm not going to live much longer. Right. Or I'm
Hmm.
not going to be in the place I need to be. And you're going to find a few kids want to really understand. And I'm working on an AI program to do that even faster, to build those profiles and to help understand those personas, and then to bridge education to them. Trying to work with Google and Microsoft. I have a big summit with them in LA at the end of this week. And once we do that, because Google has already tested out, they started doing programs in prisons, developers,
Okay.
right? Because they have nothing but time, right?
Right.
So out of code, they come out with a certification, and now you have somebody that this is their life, this is their outlet. The same thing is going to happen with AI. Find what you like, and then really dive in all into that. And you're going to see the reason why a lot of people get in trouble is because they don't have anything to do that really stimulates them mentally. So they go do some nonsense, right? I was
Yeah.
there with a lot of happen. So once we start to change that and really get to people to operate in their purpose and just go all in on that, you're going to see this world change, especially in our community. And then we'll get out of that crab in a barrel mindset. Like, when you think about the possibilities are endless. It's not, oh, well, you learned AI, you think you're better than me. It's, hey, you learned that, let's do this, and let's get out of here together. Let's go to Greece, let's go to Paris, let's go to Africa, because we now have the ways and means to do that. So
Yeah.
want to be transformational.
I love that. And knowing how to truly collaborate. And I'm also hearing that the children that we think are not bright enough, they actually have learning superpowers. So that
They
would
do,
be
because they can
utilized.
focus. If you
Mm-hmm.
if you know 100 things, so it's you can make and people focus on, like, even basketball players today, they focus on, if you know how to do one thing and do it well. Look at Dennis Rodman. If you can rebound and be the best at that,
Yeah,
all you have
you're
to
a
do is find your
specialist.
place, right? If you know how to do customer service and program AI, you can write your own ticket and say, look, I see you guys are struggling with this. I can revolutionize your customer service. Or I can revolutionize, if you like engineering. I can revolutionize your sales. If you like to build things and build models, I can revolutionize. I'll build this model and I can have AI build 30 of them. If you like to design homes, right? I can have this and have all of your spec homes done for the next, whatever you love to do, you can enhance it with AI, and then you can sell the value of not only what you can do, but the way that you can do it for that particular company. And we're not talking just jobs. We're talking contracts. You can go get a contract. We're all taught, hey, man, did you hear about that new NBA, NFL cup? We all are counting other people's money and looking at their contracts. It's time for us to start to really understand our value and go get our own contracts.
100%. Thank you so much,
Absolutely,
Alan. And it's been just a joy to have you here on the Black Business Network. And definitely we're inviting you back.
All right. You have a blessed day. Thanks, Dr. Kelly. Y'all be easy.
Right. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. And that is the $ BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for the month of September. We have NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, and good day, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are hosting a fireside chat with Dr. Jimmy J. Davies, and he is the founder of Every Black, an organization on a mission to assist, educate, and inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging technology like ChatGPT, AI, and global networking strategies. He believes closing the economic gap requires embracing both entrepreneurship and technology. Through Computer Classes Black, entrepreneurs learn essential skills including AI, digital marketing, podcasting, and more, with ongoing support and flexible classes. Additionally, Jimmy co-founded the Black AI Consortium to empower the global African diaspora through AI innovation. He also hosts the Black AI Consortium podcast and leads the Every.Black Entrepreneur Podcast Network. I present to you Dr. Jimmy J. Davies.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, and I just want to thank you for having me on your Black Business Network. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's our joy to have you here. So can you tell us about the journey behind founding Every.Black and the core mission that drives your organization?
Sure. Well, the journey's been a long one. Um, Actually, a friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer back in 1987. That's how far back it goes. And I knew immediately I got to get into this business. And so literally January, within about 2 months, I started a computer training service called McMasters. And at that time, during the 80s and 90s, late 80s and 90s, all the software was coming out. No one knew how to use it. Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Photoshop, Excel, you name it. And I discovered I had a knack for it and started teaching people how to use software. Well, that grew into a business where I was providing computer training, had to hire other folks in 40 cities, 12 states throughout the US. But around the year 2015, I also started specializing in database development. But around the year 2015, I started thinking, like, what do I really want to do? I'm always helping other companies and other organizations with their technology. So I started attending these meetings. There's a into this. I'll share. Started attending these meetings about entrepreneurship held by Dr. Joel Dudley Sr., who just passed away this past February. But anyway, he really stressed the importance of our community thinking about entrepreneurship. And that's when the light bulb came on for me that I needed to use my technology skills to help entrepreneurs with technology so they could be more profitable and efficient in their businesses. And that's when I started Every Black officially in 2018. And so the purpose of Every Black is to help entrepreneurs with their technology, and now, of course, AI, but help entrepreneurs with their technology so to help level the economic and income gap. So that's what we do.
Yeah, that's a really noble mission and absolutely needed. I'm wondering also, why do you believe entrepreneurship, though, is the key to closing the economic gap, especially within the African American and global Black communities?
Well, no job, no employer will ever pay you what you're worth.
Mm-hmm.
They will pay you what you're worth to them, but not what you're worth. And so one of the things that Dr. Dudley always said was that we have to become job makers instead of job takers. I think the other thing too is that when we have entrepreneurs in our community, our children are always watching. They see we see us. And they begin to believe that if we can do it, they can do it too. I think the other thing is that, entrepreneurs in our community, now you can actually hire those young folks and maybe get someone off the street, maybe mentor someone along the way. So, and then by therefore creating a generational thing where entrepreneurship is passed down from one generation to the next. So I really think that, that's the way to go. And I think that it doesn't matter what type of business you have today, you have to embrace technology. You just have to, or otherwise you're going to be left behind.
Yeah, I can think of a few businesses that could use your support now, like as we're having this conversation, and also perhaps a collaboration between you and our previous speaker, Alan Thornton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I feel like you've kind of covered this when you answered my first question, but I'm going to ask this anyway so that maybe you can share a little bit more.
Okay.
What inspired you to focus on using technology, specifically AI, to empower entrepreneurs and foster wealth creation?
Well, early on, like I say, it goes back a ways, but early on, I realized that the computer, internet, technology, it changes communication.
Mm-hmm.
With technology, you can reach anyone in the world, which your program does, and you can reach any information anywhere. And I tell people, would the civil rights movement have happened in the 1960s if it had not been for technology? Because people could see what was going on TV and radio. That's technology. Improved communication. I remember as a young child, we were literally sitting at home watching the things going on during the civil rights movement because we had a TV for the first time, in our family. So it has a direct impact on our community. And another instance would be, I say, would Barack Obama have become president if it had not been for the internet? That allowed him to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to spread his message and ultimately become president. And so over my 35, 36 years in this computer field, AI definitely is like the biggest game changer I've seen. And that's why I say we can't ignore it. We have to embrace it. It's not going away. Yeah, so we just have to. And I say there's actually going to be basically two businesses in the future: those that use AI, and those that are out of business. It's simple. So
that's true. And even going forward, I guess to some extent, you were saying that it helped Barack Obama become president. It may also do the same for the vice president. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's a good example because, and I'm sure you followed that after she announced, or after Biden stepped down and became the candidate, Black women, Black men, white dudes, white women, you name it. I've lost track of all the different organizations that have come together using technology to raise millions of dollars to contribute toward her campaign. So you're absolutely right. Barack Obama ushered it in, but Kamala Harris has taken it to a whole nother level. So.
Yeah, so that's a really great example of the power of technology. And I would also say wealth creation, right? So what do you see as the biggest challenges, though, for entrepreneurs? How can you help them to overcome with technology?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges I see is being able to adapt. This is a very fast-moving movement that we're in. ChatGPT only came out in November 2022, so it's been less than 2 years now, and already it's taken the world literally by storm. So we have to be able to adapt. We can't be afraid of it. And I tell people, don't be intimidated by it. No one knows it all, but you just start where you are, and what happens is that by starting, if you just start, it's a journey. And by starting the journey, things will happen along the way that you will learn more. You will meet the people you need to meet. You will get more ideas on how to use the technology in your business, but you have to start. If you never start, you never begin the journey. And I'll use this as an analogy as well, and I'll let you ask the next question. But, I was told, like, if you want to go to New York, I'm in North Carolina. I can't see New York from North Carolina. But then when I get in my car, I expect to get there, and I drive or fly or however I'm going to get there. There may be detours along the way. But if I run into a detour accident, I don't just stop and go home, right? I go around the detour and I continue on. And that's how it is with the path of entrepreneurship. We set our goals and we start moving toward them. There will be obstacles along the way, I can guarantee you that. But there's going to be those that quit and go back home, or those that find detours around the obstacles and continue on. And technology just really helps us to overcome those obstacles along the way. I'm trying to, put it in a way that just makes it very easy to understand that it's not, you don't have to be a computer programmer or a scientist to understand, you gotta stick to the path and just be persistent about it.
I love that you pulled that in here, right? As much as we talk about technology and the advancements with AI, there you have to have some stick-to-itiveness, right? Steadfastness, and I think community helps with that, and you're building that. So I want to talk about, with the computer classes Black, you offer entrepreneurs a wide range of tech skills, and in your opinion, which tech skills are absolutely essential for entrepreneurs today in the digital landscape? And I'm going to add something to this question. How do you also use those classes to create community and support for those entrepreneurs?
Well, first of all, it's every.black, just to And so instead of .com or .net, it's .black. And when I discovered the .black domain, I really gravitated to it because what it really stands for is not, they didn't create a .black domain for Black folks, but it stands for high-end sophistication, like little black tie, the best of the best. And so that's why we went with every .black. And our slogan is .black is the new .com, right? So if you think of it that way, no .com, no .net. As far as the classes, again, it goes back to when I discovered that I've been teaching people how to use software for a long time, for 35 plus years. And so what happens is that the applications that a person needs really depends on the industry or the business that they're in. Some of your basic applications are great no matter what you are in, such as, maybe your Google Apps, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Forms, Google Slides to create your word processing or spreadsheets. But then after a while, though, you're going to start to need some specialized software, probably depending on the business that you're in. And that's kind of hard to say what that might be. But what we try to do at Every Black is we offer a wide range of classes, such as, like I said, HubSpot or Google Docs, Zoom. We offer, how to set up online store, how to process payments online, just a number of classes. And if there's a class that is requested, then we will go ahead and prepare it and set up and teach it. Because it's ever changing. Things are ever changing. It goes back to, again, we have to be able to adapt. So I would say start with the basics, and your Google Docs are a good place to start because they're free, and then as you get into it, you'll begin to realize maybe you need a program to do X, Y, Z, and you search for it. Trust me, whatever it is you need, it's out there. You might have to do a little research. The second part of your question, and maybe the third part, is the community. And we hold weekly mastermind meetings for entrepreneurs. We've been doing that since 2018 is when we started Every Black officially. But these meetings have been going on for 90 years. So obviously I didn't start the meetings.
You haven't been around that long.
I've been around a while, but not that long. The meetings were started by a man by the name of S.B. Fuller out of Chicago. He was born in 1905. He started with $25, became a multimillionaire, and trained and taught thousands of entrepreneurs along the way. He had a beauty industry, a beauty company, but he also would help anyone who wanted to go into business for themselves, including Dr. Joel Dudley and Eunice Dudley of Dudley Hair Care Products. He mentored them. And they continued the meetings. Dr. Dudley continued the meetings on a weekly basis. In 2015, I began to go into Dr. Dudley's house and to attend the meetings. And now we're continuing the meetings under Every Black. And because we are now, we're able to do it on Zoom, which means we can literally reach people around the world. We can reach guest speakers from around the world, and we can network with folks all over the world. So that brings the community, I guess, full circle. But the meetings themselves, same basic format, where we literally read books about entrepreneurship. We have book discussions. We have announcements, sort of like in church. We have church announcements. We have guest speakers from around the world, like I said, and then we network with one another, again, with entrepreneurs from around the world. So anyway, that's what we do, and we do it each week.
That's a really powerful community, and I didn't even realize how much history was there. You mentioned earlier that Dr. Dudley had passed in 2014, correct?
Oh, no, just this year. He just passed away this year.
Oh, just this year. Okay.
24.
Oh, I'm so sorry for his loss. I know that you must have developed quite a relationship.
Yeah, I sure did. And just a little side note too, going to his home each week for these meetings, then I got to know him well. Well, he has been recording his speeches and graduations and all types of information, like over the last 50 years. And he recorded on cassettes, VHS tapes. And so in 2019, I actually asked him, I said, can we preserve this? Because it's not, the tapes were getting brittle and some were getting molded. They were just old. So we started digitizing his content and created a podcast, created the Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. Legacy Project. And I say we, other volunteers stepped in to help me and to preserve those lessons, because the things that they did, those principles still apply today, how to generate business. Maybe their methods were different. They didn't have Zoom or social media, but the principles themselves remain the same. Well, they say that methods may change. I forget. I was going to say there's a saying about methods and principles, and it escapes me right now. Maybe I'll think of it.
Paraphrase it. Just make it your own.
Yeah, it's sort of like, methods are many, principles are few. Methods may change, but the principles never do.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, methods are many, principles are few. Methods may change, but the principles never do. So the methods that they did to generate business, 50, 60 years ago, 90 years ago are different, but the principles are the same.
I love the historical element here. I'm going a little bit off script, but that that really resonates, because it is September, but in the UK, October is Black History Month, right?
Okay.
So it's kind of nice to bring in the history of Black business in the United States, since we are using technology to connect all of us globally. So I think that's so very powerful.
Yeah, one more thing too about S.B. Fuller and Joe Dudley. People don't realize how many people and who they mentored. Sure you heard of John H. Johnson of Jet and Ebony magazine. Well, S.B. Fuller mentored him.
Oh, wow.
S.B. Fuller mentored George Johnson of Johnson Products, who Afro Sheen, Ultra Sheen, who sponsored Soul Train back in the day, all through S.B. Fuller. S.B. Fuller recommended to Dr. Martin Luther King that instead of worrying about the Montgomery bus boycott, let's just buy the bus line and we can ride wherever we want. But Dr. King decided not to do that. And one last one is that S.B. Fuller also mentored Mary Kay of Mary Kay Cosmetics. She attended those meetings by S.B. Fuller and learned how to sell cosmetics. So the history is really deep. And those are just the people that S.B. Fuller mentored. The same thing can apply to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. So just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Thank you for that. I also want to talk a little bit more about the Black AI Consortium. You co-founded that to uplift the global African diaspora through AI. So can you share the vision behind that and the goals?
Sure. Well, like I said, really AI is the biggest thing I've seen in my career in the computer field. And through LinkedIn, I partnered up with Dr. Reverend Philippe Jacques Matthews out of Sacramento, California. We've never actually met, but he's been doing research, social research on Black trauma, literally for 30 years. And he's also a big proponent of AI. Also, Dr. Danielle Joy Davis, and she's a professor at St. Louis University in St. Louis. She's also been working with AI. So the three of us came together to co-sponsor or to co-host the Black AI Consortium, where Dr. Philippe Jacques Matthews kind of brings the aspect of how AI affects us in our social lives, everyday lives. He's done a lot of research in that area. He's written books. Dr. Davis, Joy Davis at St. Louis University, is a professor. So she addresses how has AI affected us in education. And then, of course, my personal background is an entrepreneur, and I bring the aspect of how is it affected business, how can we apply to business. So that's how we kind of came together. We realized that we really needed to do something to make people more aware of AI and how it's being used in our social, how it's affected our social in our communities, how it's affecting us in education, and how it's affecting us in business. And that's why we formed it as a Facebook group on Facebook. And then from that, we also launched the Black AI Consortium podcast, where Dr. Shock and I, we call him Dr. Shock, Dr. Shock and I, we produce weekly episodes of really around AI. Sometimes it's technical, sometimes it's just plain old why you need to be involved with AI. Or I did a recent series on I ain't afraid of no AI, to address people that are literally afraid of this new
AI. Yeah. I was going to ask you about that because I'm wondering, like, how can we make it more accessible? Because I know technology, is like it can be scary for some people. If they're, I mean, not even older people. Sometimes they're just some people that are just like, I need a guide. Somebody help me with that, So how do you help with the fear as well as the actual usage of it?
Well, with fear usually is driven by unknowing or, education usually takes care of fear. We learn more about it. And actually with AI, the beauty of it is that we already have what we need to use it. If you have a phone, if you have a tablet, if you have a computer, almost everyone has a cell phone, then AI is available to you right now for free. Of course, there's other applications you can pay for, but you can do a lot with AI for free. ChatGPT version 3.5 is free. The version 4 you have to pay for, but it's available right now. It just also reminds me, I can remember my mother, she's passed away now, but I can remember when the microwave came out, and she swore she's not going to ever use a microwave because if something cooked food that fast, there must be something wrong with it. She just wasn't aware. When she used it, she overcame the fear. And then from that point on, it was not an issue. Same thing, same principle, right? Principles don't change. We have to overcome the fear by being educated about the new things that are going on. And the other thing is that it's going to happen whether we, our community, embraces it or not. So why not get on board and learn about it so that we're not left behind when it develops, because it's going to happen.
Yeah. And it's kind of like if we liken it to the concept of owning the bus line, right?
Exactly.
Like own the AI technology and the tools.
Well, because that brings up something else that, that comes to mind, is because biases are built into a lot of the AI. What I mean by that is if in our society there's biases, and we know there are, and if the developers are biased, and we know that they can be, right? Then our AI is going to reflect our society and to reflect the people that create it. Now, if we create it, and actually I want to give a shout out to a company called Latimer by John Passmore. John Passmore is Black. Latimer is an AI platform like ChatGPT. But his thing is he tries to address the biases in AI through his own. So that's why it's important to be at the table as this technology develops.
Yeah, and that also makes me think about, so a couple of years ago, I was in a, what was it? I think it was an HR summit. And one of the topics was how AI is being used in the hiring process.
Yeah. A lot of AI is being used because suppose a large company, they maybe get thousands of applicants. Well, instead of having a person go through those or maybe filter through those, they can use AI to filter those and only narrow it down to the serious people or the people that they really want. But again, if we're not at the table, what things are they looking at to decide who gets in the door and who doesn't? But you're absolutely right that, it's just something that we have to embrace, or we're going to be left behind. And I don't want us to be left behind. So I'm trying to do my little part to help educate and encourage people to get out there and give it a shot.
Yeah, and perhaps create the HR software so that it doesn't eliminate names like Shatika Jackson,
Exactly.
or Omari, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they still get a fair shot at an opportunity.
Or Gafar.
Yeah, Gafar, this is true. I was just thinking about this because so my first name, fortunately for me, is, kind of ethnic neutral. So I haven't had the problem, right? However, I'm thinking about my children. Their
Hmm.
first names are not ethnic neutral.
Okay.
Um, and so they're, unless we actually know the person running the company, they have been passed over for opportunities. And in this moment, I'm just realizing maybe it's because of their names, That's crazy.
It could be.
Yeah.
Could very well be.
So let's get a little bit back on topic because I really want to educate people about what you do. And
Okay.
so your organization has a strong focus on community building with initiatives like the Caribbean AI Youth Challenge. How do you engage with younger generations, and why is it so crucial? I know we've kind of gone into this, but I mean now, bringing in other parts of the world besides just the United States.
Sure. Well, that came about because, like I said, we're holding these meetings weekly on Zoom.
Hmm.
And we realized that we started getting quite a few people coming from the Caribbean to our meetings.
Mm.
In particular, one young lady, her name is Shathalia Filgens. She's out of St. Lucia. And she started bringing her friends to the meetings every week. And so we said, finally, we got to the point we said, well, let's just have an Every Black Caribbean group so we can highlight Caribbean entrepreneurs. And so she agreed to head that up. And we did that for about a year and a half. Actually, I take that back, about 2.5 years now. Gosh, time flies. But anyway, so earlier this year, I was able to go down and actually meet them for the first time. I was in St. Lucia for 2 weeks. Loved it, by the way.
It's gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And we started talking like, what else can we do? And because we have those contacts in the Caribbean now, we thought, well, why don't we have an AI youth challenge to help the youth in the Caribbean learn about AI? And the idea is to teach them some things about AI, but then turn them loose and see what they can create on their own, and then bring them back and have them show us what they've created to defend their projects, basically, and then award them, whether, cash and just awards. So actually the training will start in November. It's the first time we've done it. And for about 2 to 3 months, we'll be working with them, but then we're going to turn them loose. We'll give them some guidance, but we'll let them begin to create their own projects, and then they have to present them. And then I plan to return back to St. Lucia next spring, probably in May or June. And then we'll bring them together and highlight the winners and see what, and just continue that on. Now, hopefully too, it's the first time we've tried it. So we're trying it in the Caribbean where we have contacts, but if it works well, we really would like to expand that beyond the Caribbean as well. But we're going to be doing that over the next year in the Caribbean to highlight the youth, see what they can come up with using AI, and provide some awards for them, financial and recognition as well.
Excellent. I love that. So little by little, we'll be going, maybe into Europe and then around to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because we also had interest from Africa at our meetings as well. Chido Chimesta out of Zimbabwe started coming to the meetings. Now for her, she was getting up at 2 or 3 in the morning to attend our meetings. And she was doing that week after week. And again, it's like, who is this coming from Africa? So we started Every Black Africa to highlight African entrepreneurs as well on a weekly basis. So
that's quite some dedication,
Yeah.
But now you have something that is time zone comfortable, right? So
Right.
that she can attend maybe at 7 a.m. or 1 p.m.
Well, we had to do it at 2 p.m. on a Thursday to accommodate. For them, it was 7, 8, 9 at night, depending on what part of Africa, the continent they were on. But yeah, and all these links can be found on Every Black. Actually, we've combined the Caribbean into just Every Black International because we realized this is getting bigger. So we have Every Black International on the first Monday of each month, and all other Mondays is just Every Black USA.
Okay, and we can find that information if we go to every.black, right?
Yes, www.every.black. And like I say, no .net, no .com. But all the links are there for the podcast consortium, for the mastermind meetings, for the classes. Everything is there on the website.
Yeah, thank you for creating that, and also, we can just keep repeating that website so that our
Yeah,
viewers and listeners can, go there and become part of your community.
sure. And again, it's www.every, just like the word every.black, just like the color, every.black. So no .net, no .com, just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Thank you for highlighting that and saying that. So, with AI, right, as it becomes more integrated into business, what ethical considerations should entrepreneurs be aware of, especially when using AI in decision making and customer interaction? And again, I'm gonna add something on here because um, speaking of ethics, there's a lot of plagiarism happening. I don't know if you saw, I think it was like last fall, a lot of the white content creators were literally like watching non-influential, right, lower level, maybe 300 follower Black content creators taking their stuff.
Mm.
So um, I just want to throw that in when we talk about ethics in business. What other ethical issues come up with AI?
Yeah, that is a challenge. That's a real challenge because now AI allows you to clone a voice. You can clone an image. So I don't know if I have the answers, but I tell people you want to get involved. And one thing you can do, we can all do at home, as far as plagiarism, make sure that our children within our own household know not to do that. It's great to use AI for research, but ultimately the paper or the whatever, it needs to be your own.
Mhm.
Now, one thing you can also do too that can help is you can have AI learn how you write. You can tell it to analyze your writing style and create, content based on how you would write it, how you would create it. So there's some things you can do, but that definitely is a concern. I don't know if I have the answer for that, because I think the other thing is that this technology is so new. I think you're going to see a lot of this coming into the courts.
Mhm.
A lot of it's going to be settled in court. Where it's going, I really can't say, but um, yeah, it's definitely a concern. There's huge benefits to it as well, but that is one of the definite concerns that you want. And you also want to just protect your data as well. They tell you that even things like such as changing your passwords on a regular basis or using two-factor authentication for the sites that you're on. You want to protect your data because your data, you say someone's data was stolen. I hadn't heard that story. I'm not surprised. But your data is the new gold, literally. So you want to protect the data as best you can. But I don't know, I hope I answered your question. Was there?
No, you did. You did. I'm just throwing in extra stuff because I'm noticing the time, and we have literally 1 minute left together. So I just want to ask you to share one golden nugget that we can all benefit from moving forward as Black businesses using AI and technology.
Well, I have a slogan, a saying that I can claim as my own. I say, where there's change, there's opportunity. And because change is constant, there's always opportunity. The opportunities are there probably more so than ever before, but we have to look for it, we have to be aware of it, recognize it, and seize it. But yeah, I would say that overall, the future is bright. We just cannot be afraid of it. We have to embrace it.
Okay, I've just been told we actually have 10 more minutes. Yay. So,
Okay, where you went there.
do you have 10 more minutes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I do have like many more questions to ask. So in addition to technology, your weekly mastermind meetings bring entrepreneurs together. Like, how do these meetings foster growth and networking amongst members? And so here I'm more thinking about like true collaboration, because I know you've been in business for many years and you may have, come across some crabs in a barrel. And so I'm just wondering how you encourage and foster the security and safety and freedom of creativity and collaboration.
We have, like I said, we do have the weekly mastermind meetings, and I see a lot of collaboration going on all the time. Just this week, one of our members authored a book. Well, another member was the publishing company that published the book. A third member did the voiceover to create an audio version of the book, right? And we're all helping to promote this member's book, actually a couple of members, but on our social media platforms. So one is having a virtual launch party of her new book on tomorrow night, actually. And so we're all supporting her. So we see this collaboration going on all the time. And that just happened within the last week. Another example is one of our members worked for the federal government in procurement for, I don't know, quite a while. She retired from the federal government in procurement. Well, now she is created a company to actually go after federal contracts. And so she uses our database of members so that if something comes up and she needs someone with a particular expertise in a particular field, she calls on some of our people to say, would you like to go in with me on this particular, RFP or to obtain this particular contract? So that's another example. Even the Caribbean Youth Challenge we're doing, we could not do this without our people in the Caribbean to spread the word throughout the Caribbean, because they literally live there and they know the teachers at the schools to reach out to the students. So just the fact of networking. I'll give you one more. Chito Chimesta out of Zimbabwe, she offers outsourcing for Africans. So a lot of times you hear about outsourcing maybe in, South Korea or just different
India.
Right. Well, she does the same thing for Africans, qualified Africans that are in Africa, but the unemployment rate is really high in Zimbabwe. But some of our members, and I've used some of her people as well, have hired her people through outsourcing at actually lower costs than what it would cost me to hire someone here. But for them, it's still a great wage. So that's another example of how we've been partnering. And just the fact that we come together on a weekly basis. One thing that's kind of surprised me and yes and not really, is that even though our dialects may be a little different, or our accents are different, because we all come from that African diaspora, it's like we're still family. Whether it's the people we've interacted with in Africa or the Caribbean, or actually in England, in the UK as well, or as I should say, Europe, where we had people come on. There's this common thread that we still mesh. I don't know, it's sort of like a family, because we have similar experiences, the way we were raised even. They're just similar. So that was kind of a pleasant surprise to see. Or when I went to St. Lucia, it was very comfortable. It was like family. In fact, I went to one of the outings of the family, and it would have been an outing here in the US. It was the exact same thing. So even as far as the food we ate, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, that I just want to throw that in as well.
That's very important, because international business also doesn't have to be scary, right?
Mhm.
We're people, and like you have noticed in your travels and your collaborations, we're more similar than we are different,
Really.
and it's not just the way we look on the outside, it's the way we operate as
Exactly.
humans. Yeah. So that is a very important part of business too, is learning how to relate better to other humans, and see them as humans, right? Because that's where the bias comes from. It's like we consider some people less than, and in truth, there's only one race. It's the human race, and we all um, have people that we love. We all have goals that we're aspiring to, and we it's our birthright to feel comfortable in our skin and to offer our expertise
Right.
without fear.
I agree.
So,
Yes.
yeah. I want to go back a little bit because a lot of people hire virtual assistants in the Philippines and India,
Mm.
especially the Philippines, I think, because
Yeah,
they speak English pretty well.
Mhm.
But I want to understand, like, just share with us. I'm guessing the exchange rate with, like Zimbabwe, for example, may even trump the exchange rate between the Philippines and the US. Is that accurate?
I haven't compared them to the Philippines, but definitely you can get a highly qualified person for the money you would pay in the U.S. You could get probably 2 or 3 for coming out of Zimbabwe with Cheeto. And I like the way she runs her business because basically I'm hiring her company, so I don't have to worry about taxes. She handles that
Mm.
on her end. I don't have to worry about health insurance, those types of things, employee related things. They were actually her employees. She's contracted with them to be employees, but she's farming them out to us, to those that use her service. The other thing I like that she does is that because everyone in Africa maybe not does not have a stable internet, so she has her people come into her office to work, even though they may be working for you, and they will arrange their hours, even though it's a different part of the world. They will arrange their hours to coincide with the hours that we work here, so that even though it may be 8 a.m. here, it may be a different time there in Zimbabwe. They're actually, I think, about 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours ahead of us. But they can schedule their people to work at the same time. They've even gone as far as having their own generator to make sure they have power and have the computers up and running to address whatever we need. But they literally have university graduates that you can get at a very reasonable cost. And she can work with you from if you want someone long term or if you want someone for maybe a special project for a limited time. So
Yeah, thank you for sharing that because those are more questions that I would have asked. The infrastructure, right, in Africa it's not great.
it depends on where you are. In the cities, it's just like a city here in the US. But if you get outside the city, that can be an issue. So it
Yeah.
depends on where you are. But I think people also have a really misconception of Africa today.
Mhm.
Africa today is growing. It is not the same as 50 years ago. It's a new world. It just is, and the young people are really driving that change. So
Yeah, and I think also some of the things that people experienced during COVID, because at the beginning I was working with a nonprofit in South Africa and mentoring some of the girls, but we lost contact with them for what you were saying. Like they would have to come into the city, into the office of the nonprofit in order for us to communicate with them. So I'm pretty sure, so many people lost jobs and everything. They had to ramp up the technology. But I'm also aware that the technology is a lot better than we're led to believe.
right.
So yeah, this has been such a powerful conversation. Thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Davies. And yes, again, invite everyone to come to www.every.black.
Right. Every.black. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, and again, our meetings are weekly meetings, or there's no charge. They're open to the public. And once we bring you into the family, then you can decide if you want to take a class or if you want to actually join Every.black. But we want to welcome everyone. www.every.black. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. And genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good.
That was such a great conversation with Dr. Jimmy Davies. And remember, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, the $ BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of September: NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, and Genius is Common. And I will see you on the other side.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is KLOCK. Genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar. I am your business moderator for today's Black Business Network, showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat with Sydney Wormsby. He's an accomplished business executive with a proven track record of developing and executing strategic solutions across various industries. He specializes in business startups, turnarounds, transformations, and the application of Six Sigma and total quality management techniques. Sydney has held leadership roles at Fortune 100 companies such as JP Morgan Chase, Pepsi Cola, Citigroup, Citigroup, and Eastman Kodak, with expertise in business strategy, organizational development, and operations management. He provides high impact solutions. In addition to running his own organization, Sydney is a marketing and business professor and an experienced speaker on these topics. I present to you Sydney Wormsby.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you, Sydney?
Good. It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's always a joy to be with you. I'm so excited about our conversation this morning. So let's just jump right in.
No.
You've held leadership roles at several Fortune 100 companies, including JP Morgan Chase, Pepsi Cola, and Citigroup. Can you walk us through your career journey and how it shaped your approach to business?
Sure. Well, I got there by accident, to be honest. Like most young folks coming out of high school, most either don't know what they want to do or what they thought they were going to do changes. And that was me. I thought I was going to be a lawyer because I like to argue. Yeah, I just like to argue. But I love science and math. And so when I got up to school at Michigan State for undergrad, I couldn't take science and math and major in law or business law without it being elective. I wanted to take science and math. They kept pushing me not to. I kept saying I'm going to. So they finally said, if you're going to do that, why don't you go over into engineering and look at some of their programs? And so I got into engineering by accident, loved it, loved science, loved math, loved the problem solving, and always knew that I wanted to do something where I was kind of in charge, running stuff, et cetera. And I looked at engineering as just a way to start that off, to get an understanding, knowledge of how things work and how to make things better or to put things in place to accomplish some objective. And so I worked for International Paper as a project engineer, went back out on an MBA because I really looked at who was running things and what their experiences were. And generally, if they were engineers, they also had either tons of experience, 10, 15 years worth of leadership operations experience, or they had an MBA. And I decided to go back and get my MBA in human resource management and operations management, and combine those two things together. And so from that point on, it was really all about finding opportunities where I could put another tool in my toolbox. So whatever the responsibility was that, a company was hiring me to do, what I looked at first is, does it put another tool in my toolbox to ultimately run something, run their thing, or to run my own thing? And I simply just, kept getting offered roles like, that were in that line, and was pretty lucky in that respect. But then, also looked for some things, that would, help and assist in that. So ultimately, that led me to kind of doing everything on the ops side that you could do at the local level, at the global level. So managing and running local operations and technology, managing local operations and technology at a plant level, designing manufacturing operations, establishing manufacturing strategies for whole divisions. But got to a point where it's like, I really want sales side experience. And so shifted over to development, business development, and more of a kind of corporate sales kind of role. And then got frustrated because now that I had sales responsibility, I didn't have ops responsibility. Where I had ops responsibility, didn't have sales. And so I decided I need to be a general manager. And right about that time, got offered something from Pepsi for general management. And went over there, and ultimately onto Citigroup to get some international, additional international experience, and to kind of spread my wings in other industries and segments. So it was a fun journey. I was, fortunate, to be in the right places at the right time. Have some folks who saw some things in me that, and gave me the opportunities, kind of ahead of what would be typical. And so I was fortunate in that respect. But at some point you get to, almost everybody gets to a point where they want to do something on their own. And that was for me. I decided I'd gotten tired of making the big guy bigger. And I really wanted to go out and help small businesses, not-for-profits, kind of achieve their dreams and their objectives by working with those leadership. So that's what I've been doing for the past, 20 years. Time flies.
When you're having fun.
You're having fun.
And, I want to highlight this because it's a really important part that people may have missed that are watching this. You had a method and a strategy, because I was hearing you say, I wanted to learn this. I wanted to do more of that. Right. So yes, you were in the right place at the right time, and you strategically created those opportunities for yourself. Can you talk a little bit about how to create those opportunities? Because I think this is so important. And a lot of people, they're doing all the things that are expected, but they're not doing that one little thread that will really help and them to be successful.
Well, and thanks for pointing that out, Cordelia. For most folks, they kind of go along. This is, they told me this is the next thing that, and it's like with anything, if you're going to build something, you start with the end in mind. This is what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to look like. This is what I wanted to, feel like, yada, yada, yada. And so for me, my life was the same thing. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I want to get to. And when I mentor and coach, younger, executives, entrepreneurs, et cetera, I tell them the same. I ask this question: 10 years from now, tell me about your day from the time you get up until the time you go to bed, and don't leave out a detail. And I make them go through that entire day. And they go, oh, I get up. Whoa, 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 whoa. How did you get up? Alarm clock? You just wake up? What happened? And they'll go through that. Well, and then I got out of bed. Well, where are you living? Tell me, describe the house. Where is it? But I want them to get into that level of detail, because then you can start saying, if I want that for my life, then here are the things that I need to do to make that happen, or not do to make that happen. And so I went through the same thing for me from a business career perspective. That said, if I want to run stuff, something for someone else at a very high level, or my own thing, I need certain kinds of skills. Now, knowing what I know now, I would have been better about finding people who could advise me on that, informational interviews, additional mentors, yada, yada, yada. But you can do a lot of that just on your own with, the self-assessment and the self-awareness. And so I started looking at, well, here's what I would need. Here's how, what would be important. So therefore, here's what I'm going to need to do, either in terms of assignments to build that skill, or assignments to get that recognition for that skill. So I think I already have that skill, but nobody else can see it. I need to do something or have some project or have some involvement in something that will demonstrate that to others. Because I can say all the time, oh, I know how to do that. Well, if they don't see that you know how to do that, then you're not going to get what you want. And so I looked for projects. But the other thing was I looked to make myself indispensable. I took on roles that were addition to my job. I took on roles without asking, am I going to get paid for this, et cetera? Because I saw that it was going to give me a tool for the next toolbox, and it put me in a position for visibility. I took on projects that most people didn't want in the organization because they were too risky. And so, if you're trying to protect your image, then you don't do certain things. If you're trying to get a skill, then you say, well, this is what I need to do. And so I would take on those things because one, it would give me that skill, but two, it was high visibility. If it's a turnaround or a startup, everybody in the organization is going to be looking at that. And so I would take those on, but I also wouldn't take them lightly. That just says, well, then here's what you're going to need to do, and here's how you're going to need to deliver, et cetera. So yes, it was very planned, from that perspective. I'm typically a planned and organized person, but even if you're not, there are some subtle things that you can do just in kind of staying on track and creating your own, navigation map of how I'm going to go through my career. And then pick a mentor or identify some people who can guide you along the way, just for an informational interview or those kinds of things. I did not do that very well, I have to admit. I was more of I can make this, I can do this. But along the way, I got a couple people who just took a shine to me and said, hey, come over here. I'm going to tell you what you do, or let me give you some advice, or I did this for you. There were a couple of examples where, some senior people went to some senior meetings and put in a word for me that, had they not done that, I may not have gotten, the opportunities, or I would have been given some other opportunity that maybe wouldn't have put me in the best light. So mentorship is an important piece of that as well.
Yeah. And I also heard another important distinction there. A lot of people, they'll have, good jobs and they'll go above and beyond, but not in the strategic way, the distinguishing way that you mentioned, right? Like
Right.
you were doing it with an end goal in mind, not just randomly working some extra hours, hoping.
Yeah, and I'm not an extra hours kind of guy, meaning I work long hours.
Right.
Long hours, but
Mhm.
I'm not into working long hours. So I
Unnecessarily.
can look at, people and say, I'm still here, I'm still here, I'm still here. So I would go in, early. But when I got in, I was doing stuff. I wasn't chit-chatting around it. When I, was staying late, I was staying late to get stuff done. But I also knew, look, I can be here 24 hours a day. There'll still be more work tomorrow. Whatever I got done, it's going to be replenished, 2 times over, pressed down, what scripture says, So corporations have a way of doing that. So I wasn't doing that just to, kind of add to my day or, show people. It was, I want to get this thing done and completed by this point, or I'm trying to solve this problem, and this is what I need to do. But you also need to have balance in your life. And find that balance. So I'm not here telling people, it's your career and nothing else. And I don't care whether you're a man, woman, or a recent grad. You need to have balance to re-energize yourself so that you can go back in and do it the next day.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's so important. The self-care, there is a way to have a self-care plan as you are climbing that corporate ladder or pursuing entrepreneurship. So thank you for bringing that to the light. So, what would you say is the most challenging aspect of turning around a struggling business, and how do you approach it?
This is an easy one,
Okay.
but it's an important one.
Mm.
It's people. As with everything else, it's people. So the most challenging thing always when you're trying to transform something, and remember, and I tell folks all the time, if you're trying to grow your business, I mean, really explosively grow your business, then that's change. That's transformative. And so we often think about transformations, about renovation, recoup, kind of turning something around from not performing to performing. But just the mere process of growth is also transformation and change. And so it's important when you're looking at change to understand most people are not comfortable with change. And so they resist it, even when that change is going to be good for them, because change is scary. It's unknown. It's uncertain. And as human beings, we don't like uncertainty. We like to know exactly what's going to happen. Why do you think palm readers and whatever
Astrologers, yeah.
make all the money that they do? It's like, can they tell the future? People think they can, and they want to know, so they go. And so, for me, it's always the toughest thing, and the thing I work with my clients on the most. And when I was in leadership roles, I focused on being very clear about what it is they're going to do, giving the WIFM what's in it for me, understanding, but understanding that even with all of that, there's going to be resistance and hesitation through the process. And you have to constantly and vigilantly be aware of that and keep doing things to try and tamp down, the fear, to stop the underminers who are utilizing that fear for their advantage. So there will be people who want to stop the change because it's going to affect them negatively. Oh, I'll be out of a job, or I have to, take on more responsibilities, or I won't get, I get all my compensation right now from doing this, and now I'll have to do this other thing that I don't enjoy. There are some folks who will resist it, even when it's going to be good for them, because it's the uncertainty. But there will be some folks who are great performers right now in the current system, as messed up as it is, and they're fearful of the change because it's like, wait, I'm a star right now. If we change this, maybe everybody's a star. Maybe I'm not looked in the same light. And so they're hesitant about it. And some of these things are conscious decisions, and some of them are unconscious, decisions that people are making. But as a leader, whether you're the head of a business or the head of a department, you have to be keenly aware of it and continuously addressing those things through your communication, through your assignment, through your recognition, all of the above.
Yeah, and it sounds like in general, businesses struggle because of fear, and whether that's the leadership or it's the actual employees. Um, so,
Well, I would say most businesses fail because they fail to plan. Going back to what we were talking about before, they really haven't identified where they're going, where they want to be. And so when I work with business owners and when I was in corporations, a lot of times the mission statements and the vision statements were an exercise. And they did them because they're supposed to have them, not because they really said this is where we want to be. The companies that did the best, that had the greatest performance, that had the most longevity, were those folks who not only that took great pains in creating that mission and vision statement, but also in making sure all of their actions were aligned with that. Here's what our strategies are. So I use a tool called the strategic plan outline with folks, where I start with the vision and mission of the organization, and then identify within the 5 key areas of business. If it's a not-for-profit, 4 key areas. If it's a for-profit, so operational excellence, financial excellence, customer excellence, and people excellence. What are the strategies that you're going to put in place? What are the key metrics that show you've got that relative to your vision and mission? What are the strategies that you're going to use to drive that over the next 5 years? And for the next year, what's the projects that are going to be in each of these areas to drive? And so that people can stay aligned. And when I'm working on something now, I know exactly where it fits in with our vision. Most companies don't do anything that really maps it out for themselves so that they know this is why we're doing it. So therefore, they can't really communicate that effectively. And therefore, people who are at the front lines who are supposed to carry this out aren't quite sure why they're doing what they're doing, or that what they're doing is critical and important to the long-term vision and mission of the organization. And so their efforts are not as 100% aligned as they should be, and that becomes the problem.
So it sounds like this is an opportunity where analytical skills and data can shape strategic decisions. How does that pertain to managing cash flow or brand development?
How does which planning or so I want to make sure I'm addressing the right aspect of the question.
I guess it's a two-part question, right? Like, first of all, like having a team member with analytical skills, that can.
So that is important. Yeah. So being able to assess. So there's a process called continuous improvement process, and the steps are APDV: assess, plan, do, verify. So the first step of that is an assessment. What are my objectives and goals? Where am I relative to those objectives and goals? What are my strengths and weaknesses to be able to achieve that? Or what are my strengths in order to achieve that? What are my weaknesses that might prohibit or block me or hinder me from doing that? Who are the right people, that I'm going to call it, blah, blah, blah. That's all in the assessment phase. But based on that, you say, then here's my plan. Based on that objective, and here's where I am, here's the gap, and here's what I need to do. That's my plan. The do phase is implementation. Carry it out, execute, get it done. But then there's that verify phase. Where are we? Where did we get to? How close did we come to what we wanted to achieve, and which then cycles right back to the assess. I'm assessing where we are, and and you keep doing this iterative cycle, boom, 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 boom. So having folks who are analytical in their thinking, analytical in their approach, is a definite plus, and you need to have someone on that team. If you're not that person, you're like, I'm not very analytical, I'm not very, kind of planned, and that's fine. That's okay.
I'm just going to interrupt you because I'm thinking also a lot of times when people are starting businesses, they kind of take on the I can do it all. But even if the person is an analytical person, they really should aim towards documenting their analysis so that they can pass it on.
Because at some point, the plan is to be big enough that you'll hire employees, et cetera, right?
Right.
And then the frustration becomes, well, they're not doing it like I do it, so I keep working in the business rather than working on the business. If I don't do it, it's not going to get done right, so I'm going to keep doing it. And I use this analogy of the three-legged stool that says, one, the seat of the stool is the business. And the 3 legs support the business. And the 3 legs I call find them, get them, serve them. All right. So the find them is what are you doing to bring in leads and to attract folks and the customer service or the customer attraction and customer sales, et cetera, et cetera. The get them is the conversion and turning them from a lead or prospect to it. And the serve them is the operation, the execution piece. And so you're going to need to do, your business needs to do all 3 of those. But if you are doing one of those legs, then you can't do the other 2 legs. And then if you just keep going from leg to leg to leg, then your business is very much a stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. I do this, I get to here, then I stop and I go over here, and then I do this and I get to there, and then I go over here and I do this to get to there. But now when that's all done, I got to come all the way back over here and I got to start all over again. Boom, 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 boom. So I have to create processes that have everything going all at the same time so that I can work on the business, not in the business. And that's where you'll start seeing progress. And to your point, Cordelia, that if I don't have the ability to teach somebody these processes or explain those to someone, then the business is going to fail or suffer, at least, if not fail. And I was working with a client who had that exact issue around their financial. They had accounting reports, their financial management, but they kept bringing it back in to do themselves because they kept getting the wrong answer from their accountant. And I said, well, it sounds more like you haven't properly assigned it, told them exactly what to do the way that you're doing it. And that's the issue. You need to do that so that you can stop spending 2 hours every month on this, et cetera, et cetera. Several hours each week and 2 days at the end of the month, to be able to, clean all that up. So you're exactly right on that.
Yeah. And also I want to talk about the Six Sigma because people may or may not be aware of it, but you've implemented Six Sigma and total quality management techniques in various businesses. How do these methodologies help improve business performance, and how should companies adopt them effectively?
Okay. So first, full disclosure, I am not Black Belt certified. So for folks out there, saying, "Oh, he's a Black," no, I'm not. And that's why I say I implemented those techniques, whether it's strategic process control, whether it's techniques within Six Sigma, whether it's Kanban or just-in-time manufacturing techniques, et cetera, et cetera. So designed facilities using those concepts and techniques, as well as then managed businesses using those. And the idea for that is really around understanding what's core and critical. So there's I use the concept of, when I'm working with businesses, of small change to big things to get transformation. And that comes out of my technical work, my engineering of continuous improvement, but also a technique called experimental design. So in experimental design, you learn how to design experiments to get the most information, to understand cause versus correlation. Here are the critical factors that cause the outcome that you're looking for. And so you design experiments in a certain way that allows you, real inexpensively and very quickly to get to, here are the core things, here are the key things. Well, the same is true then when you're looking at, statistical process control and Six Sigma. What you're trying to understand are, what are the core key things that are going to be critical to get the outcomes that I want. And every quality assurance program is around that, understanding what you want and then putting in systems and processes to deliver that each and every time without fail. And so you can determine what's the process capability of, this is my standard. How does my process right now deliver that? Does it deliver, this wide range, so every once in a while I'm in range? Or does it always operate in here, which is now always within my range, and I'm always delivering what my client or customer wants, et cetera. So your whole work then is around understanding my process to be able to create a process that delivers me that each and every time. So when I'm working with clients, it's using those techniques. That's saying, here, these are the key core things for growth, business growth. Here's what you're doing in each of these processes right now. Here's what small changes you can make using continuous improvement. Don't have to hit a home run. Don't have to buy new equipment. Don't have to get a boatload of money through another loan. Here's what you can do through your behavior change, through your mindset change, through your process or procedure changes, to start getting different results and start improving your business. And so that's what all quality assurances programs are about. In fact, there's one that's called ISO 9000, 9001, 9002, depending on the industry and segment. But that whole program is about, tell me what you're supposed to do, tell me how you're supposed to do it, and all I'm going to measure is, are you doing that? It doesn't even, as a quality assurance program, it's not even measuring, are you doing the right things? Now, ultimately, that becomes part of your work. But it's saying for certification, I'm just looking at this is what you said, and this is what you're doing, and do the two things match up and align? Now, that's oversimplifying, et cetera. But it's the importance of kind of knowing or saying what you do and then doing what you say, to make sure that you're going to get what it is you say you want.
Yeah. That, keeping the congruence and the planning, I guess, is what I'm really hearing.
Absolutely. And when you talk about a strategic alignment, or getting alignment within an organization, now there's several ways that you can look at how your organization is aligned.
That's actually my next question, but if I can just fine tune it just a little bit, because I know that you always give us like a very global view of things, but how do you build a culture of leadership development within an organization, especially during periods of change?
Oh, well, first it's set the values. I mean, so that's a great question, and easier said than done, but it boils down to this. First, you have to decide and determine what values you want the organization and therefore your leaders to demonstrate and illustrate. And so those values need to be something that's consistent with you as the overall organization leader. So you can't say, well, we're going to have a value of blah, 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 and you are nothing like that. And you have no commitment to that, because they're going to see that in a minute that, that's just false. And you can't be trusted because they can't trust what you say, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to make sure whatever those values are, they're consistent. Everybody else doesn't have to like them or agree with them, but they have to be consistent for you so that you can live them authentically, and that people can say, okay, that's what this organization is really, truly about. So you have to identify what those values are. And then you have to pick leaders, that again, have those values at heart and at their core. And for each one of your leadership team, I'd say your team of, loyal lieutenants, they should have one of those values kind of as their strength, where they're the role model for everyone in the organization, maybe even the role model for you, where people can look to them and go, yes, I know why they're there, because they live that value, and they're going to keep you and the rest of the organization honest about that core value as well. If everybody has all of them, that's great, but that's not always the case. But you need at least one person who's got each one of those core values, so that they can be a beacon for the rest of the organization. And then the other piece to that is keep looking at every decision that you make relative to those values and saying, is it consistent with that? Does this reflect, at our core, these values that we talked about and that we want to, illustrate, from the organization perspective. So those become, important then in building a leadership team that's going to be aligned in the values, but also then aligned in how they execute that. And so that everyone else in the organization can come to trust each one of those leaders and the leadership team as a whole, because they look at that and say, yes, they are living that. And if a question comes up, you implement something that somebody wants to challenge, then individually and collectively as a leadership team, you have the ability to go back and say, here's how that aligns. Here's why that is consistent. Here's why that is exactly what we talked about before. And people can look at that and go, okay, I understand. I didn't see it that way before, but now I understand, that's the way that, that it lives itself out. So leadership and alignment of leadership, is key and core. Getting people to trust leadership comes from that alignment. And so if you are just thinking it's going to be on your, hey, I can just kind of wing it as we go, typically you're going to make some mistakes, and mistakes in a value alignment can be long lasting and set an organization back a long time and a long way.
Yeah, so it's very important that you, as the core leader, embody and you are fully aligned with your actual values. And then as you're building your team, you have someone who also amplifies each individual value. Is
Yep.
that accurate? Okay.
Yep. And most importantly, have the courage of those values.
Mm-hmm.
That says there are going to be times where you're going to be challenged on that. So in the example I was just giving before, somebody's going to say, well, how does this fit this? You say we are a company about blah, 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 blah. And I think that doing this is completely opposite to that. You have
Mm-hmm.
to have the courage to stand up and say, no, 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 no. Here's how that aligns. And here's why we're doing it that way. And again, it doesn't mean that person's going to agree. We're not here to say, it's a complete democracy and, at the corporate level and everybody has to, agree with everything that we're going to do. And there are going to be decisions that need to be made. And you need to have the courage to say at times, you know what, we have agreed as a leadership team. I've agreed or I've determined at the, the founder, CEO, president level that, here's what we're going to do. And, we'll let, history kind of tell what's going to happen from that. But if you simply back off because you get challenged, you'll get a lot more challenges, which aren't a bad thing, but it just may not be a productive thing.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess we only have time for probably one more question. And I want to talk about, as a professor of marketing and business management, how has teaching influenced your perspective on leadership and business strategy?
Well, there's, I guess, always the adage, those who can't teach, those who can, do, right?
Mhm.
But there's an alignment between theory and practice. So everything that is theoretical is true and can be done. We often try to take shortcuts in real life, in the real world, because it's complicated. Well, it's not complicated. This is what it needs to be. And the hard work is in, kind of dealing with those problems as they come up. And so in being a professor, I was challenged a lot by students as to, well, that's not that way, et cetera, et cetera. You couldn't do that. And I would give them, real life examples where I faced that, and here's what I decided, and here's why, and here's what the result and success was. So the one thing that teaching, I guess, confirmed for me is, look, the theories, are accurate. It's up to us to be able to see how to implement that and implement that effectively when that theory is going by us at the speed of life. To be able to see that, oh my gosh, that's what needs to be happening here, and that becomes the problem. Like, oh, that didn't work. Whoa. It would have worked, but you didn't really, carry it through, or you didn't look at all the aspects. You didn't do your homework. You didn't plan and organize. You didn't set up your team properly. It wasn't the idea that was the problem. It was the execution of the idea. So that's what I got out of the teaching piece. I love doing it. Even now with doing consulting and coaching, I love doing workshops and seminars and working with folks. That's what a big charge that I get out of working with my clients is helping them, learn how to be more effective leaders and more effective business leaders. And so, to keep doing that, help to reinforce, yes, these things work. These things are true.
Well, Sydney, it's always a joy to speak with you. Thank you so much for coming today
Thanks
and
for having me.
And for sharing your expertise on the show. Is there any way that people can connect with you and work with you?
Sure. A couple different ways. They can go to my website, which is solutions, plural, with results, plural. So solutionswithresults.com. And they can contact me there. They can send me a Ask Sydney, question, specific to their business. They can also email me at sydneyw@solutionswithresults.com. So Sydney, just like it's spelled here with W at the end, at solutionswithresults.com. and that email will come directly to me as well. So if anyone is looking to get more information about leadership, more information about growing their business, I also do free consultation around what issues they're facing right now, so that they can bring a specific question and problem and do a free consultation for that. One of my bold claims is I can find any business, $100,000 or more in less than 30 to 45 minutes of a conversation. And if it's a bigger business, I can find more because the percentages are just there. But it's it's pretty straightforward in a way that folks can get some insight as to where they might need to go with their own business. So.
Thank you so much for that. And that's solutionswithresults.com, or reach out directly to Sydney at sydneyw@solutionswithresults.com.
Yep. Now, one other quick one they could do if they want to test my small change to big things. I have on that same website, solutionswithresults.com/SIM, SIM, S as in Sydney, I as in India, M as in mother. There's a simulator that they can go to and look at if they made small changes, small improvements in some key strategies within business growth. What impact that would have on their business. They can put in their actual sales, their actual profitability, use their numbers for improvement, and can see how quickly they can transform their business by those simple changes. So it's a free tool. They can go on, play with it all day long, see what happens with their business. So.
Thank you for that, Sydney, for the tools and resources. And genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. Bye. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that's the $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son she was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Content creators, welcome to Fave Unite TV. Hey, are you struggling with having your content stand out from the crowd? Or is it that you're overshadowed by others who have more resources, followers, and influence? The good news is wherever we are, you are too. We help you grow your online presence and optimize your visibility, which gets you closer to your audience so you can build trust and loyalty. By using the power of our network, we help you build yours. Fave Unite is a powerful tool to connect you with your friends, followers, and fans. And when fans rule, everyone wins. Join us. Fave stands for fans, artists, and venues. Submit your content today.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar. I am your business moderator and your next speaker. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business showcasing network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So next, I will be speaking about joy bonding. My mission is to cultivate and integrate joy in every nook and cranny of humanity. You may have seen this in my work. I'm an author. I'm a best-selling author of 8 books. 4 of them are bestsellers. I'm also a 2-time award-winning podcast host of the Free to Be Show, and I have multiple other awards and accolades. But I want to bring your attention today to something that we miss. And I'm going to introduce this as an opportunity for us to view the way we interact with each other in business differently. You may have seen in my conversations with some of the entrepreneurs today where I highlighted opportunities to do business differently and to operate differently. I call this going from being exhausted to being exalted, and being this word that I created, a joy bonding cultivator. Reclaim your joy for your business, refresh your team dynamics, and release the fatigue. So, what is joy bonding and how do you cultivate it? Joy bonding is a term that I created in 2021 to create inclusive corporate environments based on humans solely focused on the collective joy of the outcome of the missions and goals of the company. So just imagine your team as a cohesive, highly efficient, and productive team with mental capacity to spare. This only exists in the frequency of joy. So basically, just to make it in lay people's terms, joy bonding is playing nice with your professional team. And because you all want your company to win, rather than to have that infighting, which we commonly call unconscious bias. And so the way that joy bonding creates an inclusive corporate environment is by inviting professionals to really just show up and recognize the interdependence of their expertise for the success and the vision and the mission of the company. So I'm going to take you through a presentation that I actually created. And you can access it if you connect with me on LinkedIn. It's called the Joy Bonding Cultivator Hour. But today I'm going to highlight the 5 ways to create, the 5 practices to reclaim, dispel myths about, and own the truth of joy. So the first thing is that the 5 steps are resource, release, restructure, refresh, reclaim. What are the resources, right? So done consistently in times of great stress and turbulence, you can create resilience so that your body becomes relaxed in any situation. And we don't think about it, right? Because we're always in our heads, but proportionally, we are more body than we are brain. And using the access of movement to literally get the stagnant energy away from you is a resource. So think of it this way. sometimes you really are going through times where people cannot effectively communicate. So, um, in order to effectively communicate, we have to change our energy and switch things up. And so, as a possibility, we can start out we can start out our meetings by working together or moving together. I'm also noticing that my speaker that was supposed to be here has shown up. So I am going to bring him in to this conversation. I'll ask him some. Okay, I'm not going to bring him into this conversation. We'll we'll have him come another time. Um, we we were supposed to have a speaker today come in, and I actually was feeling in, but we are going to have a fireside chat with Prince um, Erha Arrow, and he's dedicated to results-oriented social impact specialist with over a decade of experience developing and executing impactful marketing campaigns for nonprofit organizations, social enterprise, and companies focused on corporate social responsibility. And let me bring him in. Okay, we have technical difficulties, so I'll continue my presentation. Okay, so as a possibility, we can start our meetings, our team meetings, by moving together. And through this movement, it creates a different kind of energy and a different type of synergy. And my aim really with this movement is to get hearts aligned. What I've found when I work with teams that do this, they're the team members that don't get along find that their hearts are more aligned than they actually thought. So, starting the conversation and of team meetings and team building opportunities differently rather than talking things out. Sometimes you got to move things out. And that brings us to step 2, which is release. So when I say move things out, right, we're moving the energy of, I'll say, the things that cause burnout. So the things that cause burnout are mental, like you've gone over and above your mental capacity, or the dynamics of working with others in a timely fashion are out of sync. And and I would say the last thing is frustration. And so in order to create an environment where there are less opportunities for burnout, that would be implementing a well-being time, perhaps once or twice a day. Just including that as part of your well-being program. And if you're a company that does not have a well-being program, I highly encourage you to seek out a well-being consultant to come into your company to support you with that. Things to look at, like, when would you know that you need a well-being consultant? That would be when you're noticing a lot of absences. You may notice a little bit of attrition, or you may just notice that people are less productive, less efficient, and projects are not moving and flowing. contrary to popular belief, it actually is something that's happening on an individual level with each team member. There is a self-care issue, a well-being issue that needs to be addressed. And that's something that you can offer as part of your benefits as an employer. So consider having a well-being consultant. Okay. Well, our guest is here. I'm so excited to be here with you, Prince. And you're the owner of One Africa Forum. Welcome. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you, Cordelia. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Again, we're having technical difficulties. When he comes back, I will begin our fireside chat. It seems that he's lost connection temporarily. I had started to read his bio, so I will, as we're waiting for his connection to come back, I will again read his bio. We have Okay, he's back. Okay. Prince, can you share your journey into becoming a social impact specialist?
All right,
What
Cordelia,
initially
are you
drew
able to hear
you
me?
to this field? Hello, did you hear my question? Prince Erhanan,
Sorry,
can you hear
Cordelia.
me?
Are you able to hear me now? Can you repeat
Yes, I
that
can
again?
hear you. Yes, there you are. Perfect. Okay, so can you tell us your journey? How did you become a social impact entrepreneur?
All right, now, I don't know if you can maybe just nod if you hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
If you're able to hear me,
Your
just
sound
nod.
is, yeah, your sound is going in and out.
Cordelia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you.
Ah, great,
Okay.
great, thank you. Yes, my name is Prince Era. On. I'm the visionary and founder of One Africa, just to develop communities. But along the line, you would see that it was only fleeting. It's just a matter of time before the project would die or the excitement dies, and there were no sustainable projects, and it's not sustainable. It's not, the intentions are right, the efforts are there, and in many cases the resources also could also be available. In that project we've seen have big.
Okay. As you see, our guest is having technical difficulty, and so he may pop back in, and we can continue to know more about what it is that he speaks of. So I had asked him the question if he could share his journey into becoming a social impact specialist and what initially drew him to the field. And so he started to explain that there are just different things that arise, and he wanted to provide a resource for to help people. And so as he comes back, or when he comes back, we'll continue that conversation on what motivates him and how he focuses on different social issues. And I see him coming back now, and we'll just wait until he comes live. I appreciate everyone staying tuned as we sort through our technical situation. All right, and he's back. Perfect.
Yes,
Hello
thank
again.
you. I don't know if you can hear me now. I still don't understand why the technical glitch though. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you again, Cordelia. So I was just given a brief in response to the question you'd asked on my journey to becoming a social impact specialist, and what initially drew my attention. I'll start with my journey. I mean, it's been years, no doubt, and working and observing social projects and community engagement, and seeing how both the government and the non-profit organizations and even individuals, relate with communities with the genuine intent, to want to reach out to the community, to want to have projects run in the community. It could be, no matter how small this project would be, I developed such a joy for it and studied it and, looked into it all over. But what really drew my attention to it at some point was when I observed over time that some of these projects were not sustainable, right? And it began to build some sort of curiosity in me to say, why are these projects not sustainable? The intent is, the resources sometimes is there. Do we have a project that comes on as well? I'm even talking about what happened. This was going very fine. We used to have a community hall. What happened? We used to have theater. What happened? This actually what drew my interest. And in studying, I observed that, there was a lack of engagement between those who had intent, to bring this project, and those who the project was meant for. There was a lack of engagement. This was a thing of, I have the resources and I really want to do this for this community, and I go there and do it. It's more like an imposition, more like imposing it on them, and so that was my curiosity, and that is where I stepped in to say, what, how do we build some sort of interaction? If there's a project that needs to be done for a particular community, how about we engage this community? How about we find out if it's really needed? How about we find out how it can be done? How about we partner with these communities? How about we find out who the stakeholders are in this community? And so that even when we leave, they can run this project. This project can run, it can run successfully, and these are actually part of my journey to becoming a social impact specialist over the years, working on projects. And also that's what actually drew my attention, to say we need projects that are not just temporal. We need projects that are sustainable, projects that stand the test of time, projects that outlive the visionaire. And yeah, that's my journey. And it's been quite an interesting one, I must say.
It sounds like it has been, and it sounds like you have had an opportunity to innovate. So I'm curious about like what innovative strategies have you implemented to effectively engage communities and drive the social change?
All right, thank you. Primarily was community engagement, right? In many cases, would see the community isolated from the government or from the organizations. So there was need for us to have a sit down, and talk about it. Or there was need for us to have some sort of strategies to say, what, how about in designing, right from the design of the project, because first you have to research on the project and then you design it, okay? Now, right from the phase of you researching and even up to designing, how about we involve members of the communities? How about we involve the stakeholders? How about we get them all involved? This was not so. It was just a thing of, you envisage a need in a particular community and you walk in there, and, maybe reach out to a community leader, get a spot, something you want, if it's a structure you want to erect, or reach out to a community leader and get a team and get it done. But how about we involve these people in this process? That was one of them. And talking about innovation, it was also very important that we had to, at some point, we had to have a steady team that worked, that was always representing both the community, the government, without a middleman. And so when, even after 10 years, even after government secession, so even if in terms of nonprofit as well, even years after, there are people who understood the project from the initial phase. It's like culture, it's like tradition, where you're able to pass a tradition down to a generation and after that, to engage the community and say, you know what, 15 years ago, this was the idea. This was the reason why this was. And so this is how it should continue. It was no longer, there was no disconnect, some sort of disconnect, between a project. I mean, you go around a lot of communities, you'd see there are community halls, but it's no longer working. There are monuments and they are no longer working. There are a lot of things that are built with the right intent, right? But they are no longer, of course, they are not sustainable because at some point there was a disconnect between those it was meant for and those who brought it to be. And so we needed to smoothen that thin line. I mean, for now, it's no longer a thin line. I think it's a thick line now because, I mean, there's a lot of robust engagement that's really not going on, and it's turned out well. So the engagement, the need to engage, to really get involved, to involve the communities right from your research or implementation phase. That was some of the things that we made sure, we got involved in as well.
Yeah, it's very important to see, to be able to pivot. I'm hearing you say, like, when things are no longer working. And I guess the next question I had, you've already answered, because I was going to ask, what are some of the common challenges you face, and how do you navigate them? But it sounds like you've come up with a way to, like, be aware and know when things need to shift. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's really accurate. Thank you again. Some of the major challenges we would face, or anybody at all would face, if you want to maybe embark on such project, or maybe any social project, for example. I mean, be it in organizations where the CSR, where the corporate social responsibility team is working, or even in non-government, or even in government where we have the social department as well. Some of the challenges would face is, like I said, community engagement and conflict management and resolution, right? And how we can manage diverse opinions, because in many instances we would see from experience that, you know, what the people need or what the people think they need is not actually what the I don't want to say government now because they want to restrict it to the government, but those who have the resources really want to bring in to play, right? So there's a disconnect. Now I want A, the people want A, but you want to do B, right? Now, how do we really find a common ground between A and B, right? There's a need for dialogue, all right? And I must say, this has been one of the major challenges, because one of the mistakes organizations make is in-house, they have already worked out a budget, they have already designed a project in their mind, they've already sought out a community. And so all they want to do is go to that community and implement that project. Right now, they've come out ready. And then when they get here, the community says, no, we don't need water. We have water, right? We don't need boreholes. We have boreholes. But that's what you want to do for us now. How about you build a school for us? And then, but at that time, you see now there's a disconnect. Oh no, we want to, okay, how about we put this water here? These people might need it. But the community says, no, we want a school. That's what we really need right now. You know, so those have been the major challenges, you know, where the organizations come out ready, you know, ready to start. And all they do is just come into the community and say, hey guys, we're here. Voila, it's Santa, you know, and it works. And then sometimes they're able to go around it. But in many cases, you see the community resisting some of these things as well. And we've also had issues of tensions and extortions, you know, that need to be managed. That's where dialogue comes in as well. You know, that's where dialogue comes in as well. I mean, if you walk into a particular community and you really want to do something, you know, there are people who feel entitled, who must benefit first from you before they benefit from the project. All right. And now you're stifled. There's this friction now. You don't know who to attend to first. Do we attend to the project or attend to this group of people? So these are sometimes where we've had to, you know, step in. And yeah, there's been a lot of challenges, but not without its fun. It's been really fun, I must say. It's fun, you know, at some point it's fun. And I believe, I mean, one of my mantras is people talk to people, people understand. You must engage people. You must communicate, you know. You avoid the mistake of assuming somebody knows. All right. It's a huge mistake we make in many spheres of life, to assume, oh no, but you need this. Oh no, but I'm doing this. Oh no, but you know this. I can't assume you know if I have not said, if I have not communicated it. And so, yeah, these are some of the challenges that we've had to face. And yeah, take it at one step at a time.
I really admire your way of being around this, because you've had to navigate a lot of different stakeholders and partnerships and strategies. And I'm just wondering, first of all, how can people, you know, who are aspiring social impact specialists like yourself, like how can they reach out to you and get support, or where can they watch your work that you've been doing?
Absolutely. Most of the projects I've done, we're doing it under One Africa Forum. And many other projects I've done in my personal capacity, you know. And so there's those two sides to it. However, you can reach us at One Africa Forum. So you can just check our website. It's oneafricaforum.org, oneafricaforum.org. That's it. And you can get to see some of the projects that we are doing and that we intend to do, you know, and coming through the support as well. You can also email me at oneafricaforum@gmail.com. That email is fine as well. We can always talk about that. And aspiring to be a social impact specialist, I think you first need to have a need. You first need to have a desire, you know, to want to see, not just about to see change, but to be the change, to be a catalyst for the change, and also have a need for people. You don't become a social impact specialist in isolation. All right, you have to be around people. You have to hear people talk. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to quote from the scripture that says, "Be quick to be slow to speak and be quick to listen." So in many cases, always apply that. Get to listen more to people. Listen. People say a lot. And just listen. And sometimes in research and in design, we find that we actually achieve more success when we go by, oh no, this person said that person said that, this person said that, and then there's a connect, right? Because you listened. If you go there and you want to dish out and just talk and say go, well, it's always one-sided. So oneafricaforum.org or oneafricaforum@gmail.com. You can always reach out to us there. And if you wish to partner, you're always welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate your flexibility and patience with our technical issues today. And I want to invite you back, please, so that we can have a full conversation. But I also encourage our viewers and listeners who are present today to go to oneafricaforum.org or to email Prince Erahan directly at oneafricaforum@gmail.com. Thank you for being here today. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Cordelia. And thank you to Black Business Network. It's good to be here. See you again.
Absolutely. See you soon. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. The students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We thank you. We thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September: NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, and Genius is Common. And thank you for being with us today. If you would like to connect with me, you can reach me at cordeliagaffar.com. And I also invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090